And we are back. Hello, this is Xenobears playing Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered, Part 8. And I replayed the bit where I crashed last time. Completed the room. It did not crash this time. That is good. And now I'm going to go drop off a crap ton of alchemy ingredients that I don't need because holy crud. They are weighing me down. While the interior of Benares Manor might look much better than it used to, the exterior still looks like a hellhole. Anyway, let's start. All right. I got a grand soul in that. Greater soul, common soul, grand soul, grand soul. Oh shit. Azure Shrine? I am going to make visiting that a priority. Okay, so north into the west a little bit. There we go. The tried and true navigation technique of Elder Scrolls as popularized in Skyrim.
I'm trying to concentrate, if you don't mind.
This place is sacred. Please respect our privacy. You have entered a holy place. What is your business here? This is the Shrine of Azura, Queen of the Dawn and the Dusk. What is your business here, traveler?
If you wish to speak to the lady, visit her shrine at dawn or dusk. Leave her an offering of glow dust, and perhaps she will deign to speak with you.
Go then.
Okay, so I literally just got rid of the glow dust from my inventory. Fuck. Which means I need to go get some. There's a few places I know I can get it. Let's go to Fort Blue Blood and travel south to Deep Scorn Hollow for now. Oh, of course, another gate to Oblivion opened up while I was away. These are just popping up all over the damn place. Alright, fine. Demons want to come out here and get slaughtered so badly, I'll go slaughter y'all. I may not be quite up to Doom Guy's spec, but I think I can handle a few demons. Good God, could you imagine if the Doomslayer was in Elder Scrolls Oblivion? You'd see one of these Oblivion gates opening up and you'd have a friggin' party. Maybe Dagon would be going, what the fuck is that thing? Daedric Claymore. Here I am spamming healing magic and the Daedroth is just ignoring me. What's up, Killer Croc? Okay. Here we go. Alright, let's go exploring. And 62 gold. Marksman increased. I don't know. That was a very difficult shot to miss. He was right in my face and taking up most of my screen. Alright. Where did his weapon go? Did it disappear off the map geometry, or is it just trapped under his body or something? Ooh, ebony longsword. That's a nice weapon. Okay, that's way too much encumbrance. I don't care how valuable it is. 93? Nah. Not even gonna try hefting that. Yep, same Warhammer. Alright. So full circle. So next zone. That's where I came. Not looking for another hole in the floor, am I? do I have to go back the way I came? Search for another passageway. Yep. Just had to go back the way I came and search for a different passageway. Kind of expected there to be something over there. Alright. Hello. Right now I'm 55% invisible, which makes me really hard to see. Open hard lock. Neat. Let me guess. I have to go through here to get in there. The Molten Halls. Hey, potion of sickness. You down with the sickness? Come on, get down with the sickness. Damn, I shot her in the boob. Sorry about that. And I got paralyzed. The lift appears to be too badly damaged to be of further use. Damn. Alright, so I gotta go the other way. So both of them were too damaged. Neither one of these ways was the right way. What is causing my magic bar to go crazy like that? Drain Magicka. Strong poison separation. 45 points for 45 seconds. Okay, let's start climbing this tower. So I can close shut the jaws of Oblivion once more. The claw monolith. Whoops. Yeah, you can hardly see me swinging my sword because, well, it's partially invisible. It's only really easy to see in bright light. Which makes my current build pretty much ideal for the Thieves Guild and Assassins quest, Dark Brotherhood quest lines. The corridors of dark salvation. The only problem is I can't remember how to trigger the Thieves Guild quest line, and I'm not really keen on murdering an innocent person for the Dark Brotherhood one. And he pulled off that go into the pause menu and drink your potions trick I always do. Armor increased to 72. Ooh, just a little bit more to go. Then I get one of the best perks in the game. Damn. It's already loaded with petty souls. Alright. Time to go see Cneus after this. How much storage? I have, like, I can't carry any of these items because they're all too heavy. That Diedrich Claymore is 62 encumbrance. Whereas this is only 60 and it's worth 800 more.
There's a new shipment of weapons of fire and steel. Have you been recently?
I haven't been in a while, but it's always nice to stop in and chat.
Let's see. I suppose I could always hit myself with the
Hail, Sir Knight.
might be wondering why I'm setting myself on fire. It's to train my destruction skill. Takes a while because I created only a very basic spell. I didn't want to accidentally do so much damage I killed myself. But if I can get to Apprentice Destruction, I can learn more destruction effects, like weakness to fire, which will then allow me to implement them on weapon enchants. Then I'll dig that Daedric longsword out of storage, along with all that glass gear I got, and replace my Knights of the Nine armor. See, destruction increased to 16. Yeah, the old Oblivion made it really tough to control how your stats would go. So one of the big skills to level up was always armor and block. So that way you could make sure that you got +5 endurance every level up, so you can max out your health as soon as possible. Slowly but surely, I'm gaining levels in destruction. I'll have to create a more powerful version of this to level it up faster. Look how fast the blue bar fills compared to the red. over encumbered. Cost 437 magicka. Damn, just to have a shield up for 60 seconds? That's a lot of magicka. Ooh, might help if I actually switch over to the spell I meant to be casting. Just somehow. Might be, helpful. Yep, Destruction 19. Yeah, it's not the most exciting gameplay in the world when you're just trying to grind for levels on a specific skill. Alright, give it a minute or two, and then I shall start putting myself on fire again. Alright. Let's get his position outside Xenobears' shop.
Hail, sir.
Since I have a few really high value items, maybe I should wait outside Rashida's.
Oh, hello.
Hello, I'm Rashida. Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Okay, none of them get close to the cap for her store, except for this one. I'll sell her the Diedrich Cures. I'll sell the Grand Ring of Aegis because I no longer need it. And I'll sell the Diedrich Boots.
Thank you for your patronage. Take care.
Mercantile skill increased to 90. I'm nearly a master of mercantile at this point.
How are you? Good day. What can I interest you in? That seems... drive a hop. That's a fair deal.
100 foot for 30 seconds. Powerful, but
That's a good deal. You got a great deal there. A good price. That's a fair deal. You got a great deal there. You got a great deal. A good price for a good customer. A fine transaction.
oh yeah, repair hammers. I'm gonna need more of those.
Thank you for your business. Bye.
Gray Fox, man or myth? Probably should read that. Is the so-called Thieves Guild masterminding all thefts in the Imperial City? Captain Hieronymus Lex of the Imperial Watch seems to think so. When asked about the Thieves Guild and its mythical leader, the Grey Fox, the captain was quite emphatic. There's one man that's responsible for all crime in the city. The energetic and tenacious Captain Lex has therefore devoted himself to apprehending this masked menace. When questioned on the subject, Adamus Flida, Legion Commander and Captain Lex's immediate superior, had the following response. Ridiculous. The Grey Fox is just a fairy tale. There's no such thing as a Thieves Guild, and there never has been. Stories of an unstoppable thief called the Grey Fox have been circulating around the city for centuries. The stories claim he can turn invisible at will, shrink himself down to the size of a mouse, turn to mist and seep under locked doors, and perform any number of other truly unbelievable feats. If even half of these stories are true, Captain Lex will have his hands full capturing the Grey Fox. I don't know why I went like 1930s radio announcer partway through, but yep, there we go. Alright, let's get dangerous. The results of hard work and dedication always look like luck, but you know you've earned every ounce of your success. I started pouring points into luck because I realized I'm going to hit a level where I'm not going to be able to put points into anything else long before I ran out of points to put into luck. Sorry, I wasn't in time to say Burmina. Although that is hilarious that I start accepting the quest for Azura and then goddamn Conjurer shows up and starts killing Azura's followers. Talk about funny RNG. Oh, of course, another gate to Oblivion. Why not? They're just all over the bloody place now. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go to the gutted mine. I cannot wait till I get Azura Star so I can start soul trapping more things and actually using the trapped souls. Shit. Of course, I caught it almost freaking right away. You know what? Recharge my sword. That should clear up the porphyric hemophilia. Good. Armor increased to 73. I'm almost there. Alright. Time to go cure a few others of their vampirism. The permanent way. They somehow had the time and resources to build themselves these coffins, but they didn't have the time and resources to dig around the blocked cave entry. Okay, so I'm looking for some kind of catch or release or pull rope. I take it the two were furthest along were locked down here. That's better than 1,000 to 1 value to weight ratio. My name is Gola Gromazgal. My companions' names are Aranalda, Nili Elfdaughter, Avita Cassiana, and Umar Grakar. The vampire Gretik died by our hands, but the price was dear. Those into whose hands we have fallen, we thank you and pray your favor. We served Lady Azura. Bring these our last words to her shrine. We praise her with the full fountain of our devotion. Our destinies were written in the stars, that our souls in reason be slain, and our world lost forever. None can escape her fate, but let us be remembered at her shrine and in the hearts of her servants. It is only by fate that any eye fends, and only by chance that it is mine, not yours.
Who's there?
Short sword of disintegration. Glad I took him out before he had a chance to strike back.
Thank you, mortal. Their spirits are free, and henceforth above my shrine, 5 bright candles shall burn forever in memory of their sacrifice. For your service, take this token, that your deeds might be entered in the Book of Fate.
Azura thanked me for allowing our followers the peace of death. She rewarded me with Azura's star. He won't talk to me.
What is your wish? You who have been blessed by Our Lady's voice. The 9 divines are boring. Daedra, they're never boring. Farewell, Starbearer.
I don't think boringness is a good criteria for dismissing a competent leader. just saying, sometimes you're better off if your leaders are boring bastards instead of interesting assholes.
Hey.
Welcome to Fire and Steel.
Good day. I can repair almost anything. Knowledge is power.
She can't help me train any higher. Rats.
The only way you're going to learn anything new now is by doing it yourself, or talking to Gimwall. I'd suggest doing it by yourself. But if you're dead set on it, head to the best defense in the Imperial City. He's a smith there, and might be persuaded to train you.
Yep. And he also guides you to the skill book, The Armorer's Challenge.
Let's do business.
The Diedrich Cuirass I'll sell here.
Tell your friends about me. Be seeing you.
Mercantile increased to 94. And with my luck stat skill boosts, because that's one for every 4 points of luck above 50. I'm at 97 technically.
Well met. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamria.
I'm gonna have to sell like 300 of these arrows, just so I'm not carrying 30 pounds of arrows I don't need.
A fine transaction. You've made a good bit of gold. And excellent. That's more than I'd usually pay. That's a good deal. That's more than I'd usually pay. That's a good and excellent bargain. You got a great deal there. You've made a good bit of... You got a great deal.
How the sigil stones aren't worth anything is beyond me.
That's a fair deal. Thank you for your business. Take care.
All right. I'm ready. I shall go to the Priory of the Nine. I shall divest myself of the Crusaders' raiments.
Yes, Lord Crusader?
Greetings, Sir Knight.
Yes, Commander?
Goddamn Kisara Bashka has an awesome voice. And I am now practically naked.
Yes, Lord Crusader?
A moment, if you
Greetings,
please,
Sir
good sir.
Knight.
We should speak.
What is it? Has the Priory been...
Have the dead risen? Well, that wouldn't be so unusual in this burg, actually. You know, because we got so many goddamn necromancers out here. The only thing I need is a helm. And I now have a Diedrich longsword. I also have a Diedrich dagger. And a Diedrich bow. To be honest, I like the look of the glass armor. It's appropriately weird. Now, if you'll excuse me while I continually set myself on fire. Destruction set to 21. Just 4 more levels, boys. And then I can start. I believe I'll be able to use the weakness to fire, frost, and shock effects at that level. Because I'll have the right spells for them, I think, already. I do have those effects, right? Lance crack, command creature, absorb, health, fatigue, magicka, attribute agility, mysticism, encumbering touch, magicka vortex, stunted magicka on touch, absorb magicka on touch, weakness to magicka on touch. Okay, I need to learn the weakness to spells. I wonder how all the men-at-arms here are getting paid, because I basically got this castle for free. And apparently destruction magic doesn't damage my armor at all. When I'm targeting myself, at least. Alright. Well, I've got some business to take care of real quick. I'll be right back. And we're back. And I was smashing the burn myself alive button the whole time. Clearly I haven't progressed to apprentice rank yet in destruction. Whew. I went and grabbed myself a Coke, took care of some other business, came back, and I was able to keep burning myself half all the way out in the across the house. It's nice. Decent range on the controller, at least. Confirmed. Okay. Yes, I was the one who found it. We're almost there. One, two, three. Then we'll let our Magicka recharge again. the things I do for power in video games. Fire, frost, and lightning have flowed from your fingertips. You are now an apprentice in destruction magic and can cast apprentice-level destruction spells. Thank God. Alright. Let's see. Still need to level up alteration, conjuration, and illusion a lot. Mercantile's almost mastered. Light armor's most of the way there. I need to get more, Alright, what's the most advanced alteration spell I know? Ease burdens at 35. Well, let me recover up to full real quick. I'll wait an hour. Yeah, skill level's too low for Ice Shield and Lightning Shield. My illusion skill's too low for Night Form. Same with Chameleon. Buoyancy is 33, and that's water breathing and feather. Major dispels of mysticism. Summon Scamp. I just don't have enough magicka for that one. Okay, let's go to the Arcane University and start talking to people.
Ah, you must be the Arcane University's.
What can I help you with? You aren't the first person to go looking for those. Quite a remarkable story, really. I know a bit about it. Certainly. Garridan was a knight who lorded over a small village of peaceful farmers. One harvest summer, there was a horrible drought. The farmers appealed to Garridan to discover a solution. He spent a week consulting with sages until one of them mentioned a possibility. The sage told him of an artifact called the Everflow Ewer. The vessel, which looked like a silver pitcher, was said to supply endless water. Yes, indeed. Legend has it that Garridan found the ewer and that it was guarded by a fearsome creature. It is also said that the creature froze him.
Ouch.
When Garridan realized his quest was a failure and he wouldn't be able to return and save the farmers, he began to shed some tears. As the ice enveloped him, some of his tears were frozen as well. Some even say that the divine Mara took pity on the poor knight. To commemorate his kind heart, she imbued the tears with some sort of magical power. That's only rumor, though. You know, if you're really interested in more, there's a book I read once called Nightfall. It may have more about Garridan. I think I saw a copy last time I was at the first edition bookshop in the Market District. I rarely leave the university, as I have all I need right here. If you need ingredients, try Ojer Georic at the main ingredient. Let's do business.
Oh, she likes me.
Please, visit me again anytime.
I have a new task for you. In accordance with guild rules, you now qualify for the rank of journeyman. May you wear your rank well.
Woohoo!
The council is investigating what happened at Wellspring Cave. Many of our resources are devoted to the task, leaving our ranks spread thin. There is a related book that needs to be recovered. It was recently loaned to Janice Hasseldor, the Count of Skingrad. I'd like you to retrieve it. I understand this may not seem the most important of tasks, but still, it needs doing, and you are one of the few available to do it. A note of caution. Skingrad is an unusual place. Be prepared for the unexpected. The Count is a reclusive man, and sometimes difficult to see. Hopefully, your status as a representative of the guild will aid you. Speak with the castle steward when you arrive. What can I interest you in?
Glad
Good
to help.
day.
Give Strasser my regards.
I'll pay handsomely if you can procure the items in that list. Find me. Things in the guild have been different since Traven was named Archmage. They're more structured, but everyone seems tense. Take care.
Okay. I'm just looking for vendors that could sell me the Lustratorium.
Yes? I'm sorry, fellow Magister, but I don't...
I know that Dovenord is getting up there in years, but...
Carnasium.
What can I do? Be seeing you.
A pleasure to speak with you. Be seeing you.
Alright. My current amulet's one that provides a magicka boost. Black soul gem. Effects. Yeah, I don't have the right effects for right now.
Fellow Magister, may I speak with you? Excuse me, fellow Magister. Is now a good time to talk?
Well, all right, but please be brief. I have some research I need to please, by all means.
Do you remember?
The way he hesitated when he said, research I need to tend to. What were you researching? Cyrodiil Playmate of the Year?
I'm the practice room proctor. No horseplay or foolishness. I like to walk. You can walk for hours in the city. Always something to look at, someone to talk to. You too.
I know you're busy,
Yes?
but I need a moment of your time.
I guess that depends on how much of my precious time.
Do you remember that matter you passed me the location?
Well met. The Mages Guild has made more than a few.
Yeah, I've heard that particular response like 1,000 times. Yeesh.
Hello.
The Praxographical Center.
You look like a bright one.
What can I do for you, sir? Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Okay, yeah, I need to up my illusion.
Bye.
Well met, guildmate. Oh, it's my pleasure. Please. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. Bye.
So they want me to go to Skingrad, piss off the Count. Great idea, by the way. And yes, that was sarcasm.
Oh, my poor Alaron.
So good to see you again. Farewell, friend. Yes?
There's the Fighters Guild Hall here. Where's the Mages Guild Hall again? It's over here, right? Yep. Alright. Good.
Well met. Seems to me that Ardenine has an admirer in Varen Vamori.
It seems a bit odd. I don't know.
Now that Henantir has returned, things are as they should be. The Mages Guild has made more.
Take
I
care.
do hope our paths
Well
cross
met.
again.
Helen.
I hope I can help. Farewell.
Well.
Am I just outside of the shop hours?
Greetings, journeyman. hope I can help. Archmage Traven is the... How do you do?
Well met. The mages
What can I do? The Mages Guild.
Guild
Goodbye.
has been attacked by necromancers.
That's terrible.
Absolutely.
Have you heard any
A pleasure to speak. Things in the guild.
word about the
What's going
Black Marsh has become more
They say
dangerous than
syndicates of
ever.
wizards have led
Many
voices.
settled.
Well met. If you're looking for further training in alchemy, I believe he's working at the Westfield Inn. Can I interest you in some of my wares? You too.
I have heard many tales of...
Few historic figures are viewed as unambiguously evil, but Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude, surely qualifies for that dishonor. Born to the imperial family in the 67th year of the Third Era, Potema was immediately presented to her grandfather, the Emperor Uriel Septim II, a famously kind-hearted man, who viewed the solemn, intense babe and whispered, "She looks like a she-wolf about ready to pounce." Potema's childhood in the imperial city was certainly difficult from the start. Her father, Prince Pelagius Septim, and her mother, Kizara, showed little affection for their brood. Her eldest brother, Antiochus, 16 at Potema's birth, was already a drunkard and a womanizer, infamous in the empire. Her younger brothers, Sepphoris and Magnus, were born much later, so for years she was the only child in the imperial court. By the age of 14, Potema was a famous beauty with many suitors, but she was married to cement relations with the king Mantiarco of the Nordic kingdom of Solitude. She entered the court, it was said, as a pawn, but she quickly became a queen. The elderly king Mantiarco loved her and allowed her all the power she wished, which was total. When Uriel Septim II died the following year, her father was made emperor, and he faced a greatly depleted treasury thanks to his father's poor management. Pelagius II dismissed the Elder Council, forcing them to buy back their positions. In Third Era 97, after many miscarriages, the Queen of Solitude gave birth to a son, who she named Uriel after her grandfather. Mantiarco quickly made Uriel his heir, but the queen had much larger ambitions for her child. 2 years later, Pelagius II died, many say poisoned by a vengeful former council member, and his son, Potema's brother Antiochus, took the throne. At age 48, it could be said that Antiochus's wild seeds had yet to be sown, and the history books are nearly pornographic in their depictions of life at the imperial court during the years of his reign. Potema, whose passion was for power, not fornication, was scandalized every time she visited the imperial city. Mantiarco, king of Solitude, died the springtide after Pelagius II. Uriel ascended to the throne, ruling jointly with his mother. Doubtless Uriel had the right and would have preferred to rule alone, but Potema convinced him that his position was only temporary. He would have the empire, not merely the kingdom. In Castle Solitude, she entertained dozens of diplomats from other kingdoms of Skyrim, sowing seeds of discontent. Her guest list over the years expanded to include kings and queens of High Rock and Morrowind as well. For 13 years, Antiochus ruled Tamriel, and proved an able leader despite his moral laxity. Several historians point to proof that Potema cast a spell that ended her brother's life, but evidence one way or another is lost in the sands of time. In any event, both she and her son Uriel were visiting the imperial court in Third Era 112 when Antiochus died, and immediately challenged the rule of his daughter and heir, Kintyra. Potema's speech to the Elder Council is perhaps helpful to students of public speaking. She began with flattery and self-abasement. "My most august and wise friends, members of the Elder Council, I am but a provincial queen, and can only assume to bring to issue what you yourselves must have already pondered." She continued on to praise the late emperor, who was a popular ruler in spite of his flaws. "He was a true septim and a great warrior, destroying, with your counsel, the near-invincible armada of Paiandonea." But little time was wasted before she came to her point. The Empress Magna unfortunately did nothing to temper my brother's lustful spirits. In point of fact, no whore in the slums of the city spread out on more beds than she. Had she attended to her duties in the imperial bedchamber more faithfully, we would have a true heir to the empire, not the half-wit milksop bastards who call themselves the emperor's children. The girl called Kintira is popularly believed to be the daughter of Magna and the captain of the guard. It may be that she is the daughter of Magna and the boy who cleans the cistern. We can never know for certain, not as certainly as we can know the lineage of my son, Uriel, the last of the Septim dynasty. Despite Potema's eloquence, the Elder Council allowed Kintira to assume the throne as Empress Kintira II. Potema and Uriel angrily returned to Skyrim and began assembling the rebellion. Details of the War of the Red Diamond are included in other histories. We need not recount the Empress Kintira II's capture and eventual execution in High Rock in the year 3rd Era 114, nor the ascension of Potema's son Uriel III 7 years later. Her surviving brothers, Sepphoris and Magnus, fought the Emperor and his mother for years, tearing the Empire apart in a civil war. When Uriel III fought his uncle Sepphoris in Hammerfell at the Battle of Vichidag in 3rd Era 127, Potema was fighting her other brother, Uriel's uncle Magnus, in Skyrim at the Battle of Falkenstar. She received word of her son's defeat and capture just as she was preparing to mount an attack on Magnus's weakest flank. The 61-year-old Wolf Queen flew into a rage and led the assault herself. It was a success, and Magnus and his army fled. In the midst of the victory celebration, Potema heard the news that her son the Emperor had been killed by an angry mob before he had even made it for trial in the imperial city. He had been burned to death within his carriage. When Sepphoris was proclaimed emperor, Potema's fury was terrible to behold. She summoned Daedra to fight for her, had her necromancers resurrect her fallen enemies as undead warriors, and mounted attack after attack on the forces of the Emperor Sepphoris I. Her allies began leaving her as her madness grew, and her only companions were the zombies and skeletons she had amassed over the years. The Kingdom of Solitude became a land of death. Stories of the ancient Wolf Queen being waited on by rotting skeletal chambermaids and holding war plans with vampiric generals terrified her subjects. Potema died after a months-long siege on her castle in the year 3rd Era 137 at the age of 90. While she lived, she had been the Wolf Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor Pelagius II, wife of King Mantiarco, aunt of the Empress Kintira II, mother of Emperor Uriel III, and sister of the Emperors Antiochus and Sepphoris. 3 years after her death, Antiochus died, and his, and Potema's, brother Magnus took the throne. Her death has hardly diminished her notoriety. Though there is little direct evidence of this, some theologians maintain that her spirit was so strong she became a Daedra after her death, inspiring mortals to mad ambition and treason. It is also said that her madness so infused Castle Solitude that it infected the next king to rule there. Ironically, that was her 18-year-old nephew, Pelagius, the son of Magnus. Whatever the truth of the legend, it is undeniable that when Pelagius left Solitude in 3rd Era 145 to assume the title of Emperor Pelagius III, he quickly became known as Pelagius the Mad. It is even widely rumored that he murdered his father Magnus. The Wolf Queen must surely have had the last laugh.
Black Marsh. It sounds like a true goodbye.
I've been meaning to read that skill book for a while. Alright, so none of these guys are offering me their spells because of the time of day. So I'm going to nap for 12 hours. To get a reset on the timer.
Greetings, now that Henantier has... I do hope our path...
Well met.
Let's cross again.
Well met. Goodbye.
Good to see you.
A pleasure to speak. The Mages Guild be seeing you.
Okay, does nobody here have spells for sale?
Farewell.
Are the spell shop inventory lists just permanently closed at this particular guild? Did I waste my time in coming here?
I hope I can help. Some say that Traven would be seeing you.
Good morning.
Greetings, journeyman.
What's new with you?
I hope I can help. I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil. I appreciate your business. Goodbye.
Goblins around here recently.
Goblins. Evil, foul-smelling rotten fruits.
Be seeing you.
Good morning. Well met. Be
Hello
seeing
there.
you.
I hope I can. Farewell.
Hello.
Good day. Be seeing you.
Okay, was that the only magic spell shop
Greetings,
in this guild? Was Delphine Gent?
Now then, I do hope our paths cross again.
Greetings. I've been hearing disturbing
Alright.
tales about Oblivion Gate's opening.
Oh,
So good to see you again.
Helen's here.
Things in the guild have been different. Farewell, friend.
You successfully harvested aloe vera leaves. Yay!
My children are starving. Please.
Oh, there's the Mages Guild.
What is it?
Maglier.
If it isn't a toast of Leywin, how can I help you? I am not listening to you. It's because I don't like you. Say what you're going to say. Stop talking. Enough.
His disposition towards me is 99, and he still says he doesn't like me. What the fuck? Covered for his ass multiple times. He survived somehow the end of the Blackwood quest.
Look at the muscles on you.
It's my pleasure. The guild needs you, child.
Bye. Good day. Things in the guild have been different. Farewell.
Alright.
I just knew that Julienne would have more information. Pay attention, and you can learn a lot. Interesting. I didn't know that much history about the tears. I suggest you go find that book Julienne mentioned. It sounds ideal. Keep me informed.
Nice to meet you. Can I interest you in some of my wares? May all your travels be safe.
Alright. Kind of wish there was a better way to organize your spells once you learned them.
I'm single. I'm the captain of the Leyawen Neighborhood Watch. Actually, captain, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and sergeant-at-arms. We're a small, select organization of crime fighters. We're going after the crimes and criminals the Guard overlooks. There's crime everywhere. I'm always on the lookout. We're always on the lookout. No crime shall go undetected. That's our motto.
Why do I have a feeling yours is a one-man band? I'm just getting that sneaking suspicion. Alright. I need to find spell books with weakness to fire, frost, and shock. Can you do that for me? Can you give me those spell books?
Greeting, a pleasure to speak. If you're looking for the most powerful spells, you'll want to speak to Parisian at the Arcane University. Goodbye.
Yes, I'm blocking this mofo and staring him down for 9 hours. And he managed to get around me. Impressive.
A pleasure to speak with you. Archmage Traven, farewell.
Well met. I heard what happened to him. I wonder if the Mages Council will do anything.
They'll probably just have me, kill the former guild master here and...
It's my pleasure. What a way to go. Awful news. Just awful. Bye.
You're the one who restored the Knights of the Nine, right? Well done, if I may say so. We could use more people like you these days. Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Burning touch. Hindering touch. Burden on target. Oh. I can learn the weaker versions of Fire, Frost, and Electric Shell. Here, that'll give me access to those abilities right away. I already have a weak shield. I already have an open lock.
Good day.
So this was the Alteration Mages Guild. Let's go up to Bruma. Coral's the Conjuration one.
What is it? A pleasure to speak with you. May I interest you in some of my fine wares? You too. You're in good company, friend.
My name is... I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all the city.
Okay.
Be seeing you with you.
They say that slavery has been abolished in Morrowind. House Dress and Lalu have renounced the slave trade and...
Hooray! Good news.
What can I do for... You've got a lot to learn.
Yeah. Could save me some time grinding.
Good day.
Although he has to have pretty damned impressive illusion magic strength, he was able to maintain invisibility for an entire goddamn day. Anvil's the Restoration Guild Hall. So is Skingrad where I'll find the weakness to fire, frost, and magicka? Or fire, frost, and shock spells?
A pleasure to speak with you. May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
Curse, weakness, damage, fatigue on touch.
Take care.
Okay. Good sign. She's selling mostly destruction spells.
Good day. Let's do business.
Drain, fire damage, frost damage, shock damage. It's all straight damage. I was hoping for the weakness effect.
How do you do?
Did you hear that the Knights of the Nine are gathering holy relics?
Goodbye.
Farewell.
Hello.
How are you?
Well met. It's my pleasure. Please. Have you met Adriana Berena, our Skingrad Mages Guild head? Not the most pleasant, but interested? Farewell. Hail.
Okay, so where can I get the weakness to fire, frost, and magicka effects? Spells.
Hello. I heard you purchased the servants' quarters for Rosethorn Hall, and I was wondering if you had anyone in mind to fill that position. For 150 gold and a roof over my head, I'm yours. Well, to help around the house, I mean. Excellent. I'll move in immediately.
Well, that was fast. Oh, wait. That's right. There's more spell traders in the Imperial City. Okay, I could try the I could try a vendor in the city. First edition. Reindeer stays. Edgar's discount spells. Divine elegance. Let's check Edgar's discount spells first. He might have a cheap version that's easy to cast.
Edgar Vautrin, you don't want the very best. You want cheap. And I got cheap.
Well, he's honest.
Can I interest you in some of my wares? Take care.
Yep, he's got cheap, but he doesn't have a lot of it. Ah, Mystic Emporium. Here we go.
What do you want? What can I interest you in?
Okay, she's got a weakness to Magicka spell. I've already got that effect unlocked, though. Ten-second paralyze on touch is a little much.
I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil. Thank you for your business. Yes? Is that a good one? What? My life is drab and wretched by comparison. Don't gracious. That's pretty good. Don't. My life is drab. Oh, not bad. Not bad at all. That's pretty good. Don't. That's amazing. Oh, please. Such an. Oh, not bad. What nonsense. You can't. Not bad. Don't. Such adventures. How I envy you. Not bad. Don't wake my life. Let's just talk. You're good. What can I interest you in?
I just want to buy a few loaded up soul gems.
Excellent deal. Another satisfied customer. Take care.
Welcome to the Mystic Emporium. Calendil is here, with all your needs under one roof. Look and buy. Nothing could be easier. I'm listening. May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
Okay, he's got at least weakness to fire and weakness to poison.
Thank you for your patronage. What can I interest you in? A fine bargain for you. Pleasure doing business with you.
Resist frost, fire, shock. 20% each too. That's not bad.
I appreciate your business. Take care.
I am at your service, Sir Knight. Can I interest you in some of my wares? An excellent deal. Come back and see me again. Farewell.
I'm Bernardo. I handle the heavy armor at the best defense. I'm also an advanced trainer in heavy armor, so I know what I'm talking about.
When it comes to heavy armor.
Farewell.
I imagine it must be good, since it's been in business so long.
I've heard others say the same.
That got me most of the effects I was looking for. And now let's see what if I can craft my...
You must be the Arcane Universe.
Newest edition. Yeah. Alright. Illusion. Eyes of Eventide. 31. Starlight. 13. Touch of Rage. Alright, time to start spamming Night Eye.
Hello there.
Alter spellmaking. Right now I want to enchant gear to make my already see-through character.
You must be the Arcane University's newest edition.
Excuse me, fellow Magister. Is now a good time to talk? I've been thinking about our conversation yesterday and decided to
How are you today?
I'm amazing. Wow, just leaving free soul gems out.
Greetings, Khajiit.
Yoink. 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 And, oh yeah, yoink.
Hi there.
Do you think what happened to Kvatch could have to do with it?
No. They were taken by surprise. I'm sure the Legion has everything under control.
Illusion increased to 33.
They say that Kinnereth granted the boots of the Crusader to someone. I can't imagine what he must have gone through to get them.
Well,
good day.
Good day.
Once I unlock the chameleon effect, I'll be able to enchant a couple more pieces of armor with the chameleon effect to turn my character from 55% invisible to 95% invisible. I don't want to go full 100% invisible because then I become so indistinct I can't even see myself. Wouldn't be able to tell if I had my blade out or not. Oh yeah. Diedrich Longsword. With a black soul gem with a grand soul in it. With 5 points of fire damage over 2 seconds. Doesn't sound like a lot. And it's not. Then we add weakness to fire. %, for 4 seconds. Actually, no, we'll do it for 3. Save. And then we'll add weakness to magic. 100% for 3 seconds. Now, we're going to call it the Hellflame Longsword. It's going to be good for 33 swings. There are a couple of things I could probably do to extend that even further. For example, I could modify these effects to only be 2 seconds each. That way he gets a ramping weakness to fire damage. Plus when he gets hit, that makes it good for 44 swings. Which is a pretty good number of swings for a longsword. And what that'll do is on the first hit, he'll take 5 fire damage initially. Then a lot more. Then a lot more. On every subsequent swing. Actually, let me modify this effect. There we go. Since it's going to be one of those, since it's a melee item, we'll have him deal damage on every strike. You have created a new enchanted item. You're gonna have to wait to see what that sword does now that I've enchanted it that way, manner. But ooh, it's gonna be fun. Gonna start maxing out my intelligence and willpower next.
Fine greetings to you.
I saw Irene Metric recently. She jumped clear over a table at the inn.
She's pretty amazing. Plus, she teaches others how to do it.
Farewell.
Must be a acrobatics trainer hint. Alright, and Illusion 35. You don't have enough magicka. Oh, sorry, I rolled a friggin' Khajiit instead of a Breton. And I was born under the sign of the warrior, not the thief or the apprentice or the mage. There is an alternate character I rolled up that I decided to go for broke on the maximizing luck stat thing on. It's funny. Mm-hmm. Let's see. How about the Daedric Bow? Grand Soul Gem. Fire damage. 5. Over 3 seconds. Weakness to fire. Over 4 seconds. Or 3 seconds. Yeah. And weakness to magic. Let's modify that down 1 point. Actually, no, we'll keep it at 5. Actually, no, let's keep it consistent with the other one. That way they'll appear right next to each other in my inventory.
Hello.
Mm-hmm. What I need is some illusion training. Just, you know, what, 15 levels worth? Oh, sorry, 13 levels worth. But, you know what? Just sitting here for the next 2 hours, grinding.
Fellow Magister, is now a good time to talk?
I've got a moment, but little more.
I just want to show something off. Alright, how many of these gates to Oblivion are still open? I know I ignored a few of them. Like, I think I ignored this one near Gutted Mine. Yep. You saw how much faster its health started draining after the second or third hit? That's because he was getting stacking weaknesses to magic and fire damage. So that 6 fire damage over a second was getting amplified more and more. And I do believe I just trapped his soul. Deedroths are not grand souls. They might be greater souls or common souls. But that's the payoff for stacking weakness to fire and weakness to magic. I'm just going to keep casting that while I wander around looking for the way to the next bit of treasure. have captured a soul. Did it go into the Azure Star? Nope. Greater, greater. Azure Star, Greater Soul. Recharge. And now I can keep my shit recharged pretty much all the time. Let me put the Eyes of Eventide on my shortcuts. You'll replace Protect, because and just anytime my thing starts running low, I'll Soul Trap Daedra and pop it into my weapon. I set the times on the bow version to be much longer because it takes a lot longer between shots to get extra hits in. She's lucky she managed to get that paralyze off. Kept me from getting in with that one last hit I needed to kill her right away. I'm maxing out Restoration with lower class spells. What the frick? I screwed up. I wasn't expecting to die quite so fast. Daedra Silk, Daedra Venom. Venom. Blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna soul trap that friggin' Zivali. Speaking of which, just to make sure I don't get kicked all the way back to the start of this. If I make the mistake of letting myself get surrounded again. His health just kind of went out of nowhere. Door to landslide. I wonder, which is Mehrunes Dagon's favorite method of mass destruction for nature? You have opened the landslide gate. I almost fell off into my death in a stupid way. Door to Wastes of Oblivion. Wastes of Oblivion. Wastes of Oblivion. Door to Tornado. Mythic Dawn. I suppose you guys thought you were in good with Dagon. Greater Soul. Recharge my longsword. So even that's only a Greater Soul. Fuck. Alright. Let's start running, speeding things up. Come on. Door to Tsunami. If ever there was a place where I'd want to be spamming this. It's just such a shame each additional cast doesn't extend the duration. Instead replaces it. The portals of natural disaster. Wastes of Oblivion. Okay, so we've seen tsunami, landslide. Ah, eruption is next. Let's go back down to landslide. I was just trying to see if there was a doorway down here. There was not. So... let's get back up. All right. That is such a sweet, sweet artifact to have. Takes a lot of the pain and guessing game out of recharging your magic gear. Let's test the efficacy of the bow. Or I would if I had any arrows equipped. How did I unequip my arrows? So it seems to be 3 shots to kill. That's the Wastes of Oblivion. The Rending Halls, finally. Get back here, you little bitch. Fight like a demon. Beginning to think I should play some Monty Python music. Or Benny Hill. Alright. Alright. Let's see what's behind door number 2. Here's a hint. It's your father's most profound emotion for you. Disappointment. Alright, fine. I'll blow a couple of common soul gems. Although, why didn't I get that soul? Oh, the Marquinez is the Dremora's black soul gem souls. Okay, gotcha. They're equivalent to human souls. Alright, that holds a grand soul. And let's see what's behind. If I wanted a Daedric Warhammer to swing for myself, I'd grab that in a heartbeat, but it's a 93-pound weapon. I noticed my armor seems to no longer be made out of pretzels, by the way, ever since I got switched from the Crusaders gear. It still gets damaged, but it doesn't vaporize after just 3 hits. Alright. Let's head for a bed.
Who will help an old beggar?
Door to the Coral Fighters Guild.
Master.
Okay, the way you said that creeped me the fuck out there, Orain. Now, why is the porter following me around like he expects me to steal shit?
What's going on with you?
Let's stop by Seed Neas and see if I have some, if I could sell some stuff off to her.
You have It's my pleasure. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tambria. That's a good deal.
I did not mean to pick up a drum or a claymore.
Thank you for your patronage. Be seeing you.
Mm-hmm.
A visitor, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Greetings. Welcome, Divine Crusader. You too.
Oh yeah, this is one of the ones I already shuttered. Okay, cool. While we're running.
Just my eyes playing tricks on me.
Oh, you've got a piece of equipment I want.
Your presence here will not be tolerated.
Sorry, what was that? I was a little bit too busy killing you to hear what you said. About your tolerance for my presence or something like that? There we go. I now have a full set of glass armor. Now, the thing is, glass armor is not nearly as powerful as, say, its equivalent, Daedric armor. Alright. Odd, I thought I could capture Zivili souls. Your speed and agility are being drained. Hell joint. Okay. So that's something I can actually cure myself of with the handy dandy cure disease spell. You have captured a soul. With one more chameleon enchantment, my character will be 75% invisible at all times. No wonder you could lock in on me so easily. Found a list of locations at which the dwarven artifacts for the Ori are being held. I should visit Dagny's camp, Broch camp, Bodean camp, and Varus camp to track down the remaining bandits. I'm going to Bodean camp next, because I've been there before.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. Oh.
Don't feel bad. No one was grabbing me.
Why are you going after my horse, you bitch? What kind of dumbass bandit kills a perfectly good horse? I'll drop the lion pelts if I need to, because they have the worst money to value ratio of anything. In fact, let me go ahead and just do that. I'm getting pretty close to my carry limit. Now in Skyrim, those lion pelts would be worth something. What the heck? My character just went phew, skyward. Saw a bird or something. Nice looking skybox though. Illusion's up to 41, boys. If I can find an illusion trainer, we're in business. Gone to all the bandit camps, killed all the bandits, recovered all the pieces. Let's go back to the Ari.
Hello there.
If you're looking...
You have them? The items I requested? Give them to me, please. Yes, yes, this seems to be everything. Here's your reward. Thank you again.
Hello, journeyman.
Okay. And while she's in there attending to that, I shall go to Coral and sell off my stuff that I looted from all the dead bandits.
How goes it? Well met. What can I interest you in? That seems a fine transaction. A fine and excellent.
You know, always get the best price possible when buying and selling. Merchants now offer you the best items at their disposal.
That's more than... That seems a fair price and excellent bargain. That's a fair deal. Thank you for your pity. Good day.
My mercantile's maxed. I am now equipped to make money hand over fist by selling to Rashida mode. Assuming I don't accidentally piss her off by breaking into her damn shop before it's open.
Well met. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. That's a fair deal. You drive a hard bargain. You got a great deal there. You've made a good bit of gold. satisfied customer. I offer the finest goods and the lowest prices in all Cyrodiil. You too.
Yes, Master. You need me?
Good to see you.
Time to go to the chapel. Get our blessings from the Nine. So that way my stats aren't gimped.
Hey.
All right. How much money do I have anyway? I'm losing track. Oh, 76K again.
Hello.
How about
Hello.
mixing up some
Did you hear that the Knights of the
You look
Nine
like
are gathering
quite the
holy
outcast.
relics?
Good. Yes, the Mages Guild, you say? Oh, the Count is quite aware of your presence here. He simply has no interest in granting you an audience at this time. Now that I've seen you myself, I can't say that I blame him. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to change his mind on the subject. Return tomorrow. Perhaps he will see you then.
Good afternoon.
Fuck you too, buddy. Man, everybody, all the people in the castle Skingrad have a major case of head up their ass. Makes it really difficult to not to want to, you know, kick their asses about it.
Hello, journeyman.
How about you? I ran across a couple of mud crabs not long ago. Annoying creatures.
I'm Phintius, owner and proprietor of the first edition. Look around. If I don't have it, maybe I can get it. I would gladly let you in. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. That's more than I'd usually... You got a great deal there.
Oh, Cleansing of the Pain. That's a good one. Myth or Menace?
A pleasure to serve you. Good day.
He didn't sound too pleased. Alright. So we've read Biography of the Wolf Queen, Cleansing of the Fane, The Chronicles of the Holy Brothers of Maruk, Volume 4, or The Cleansing of the Fane. Note, this is the only surviving fragment of the Chronicles of this first era sect of the Elysian Order. It seems to have been kept at their great monastic complex at Lake Canulis, which was raised during the War of Righteousness, First Era 2321, and its archives destroyed or dispersed. Note also that Elysian scribes at this time customarily dated events from the Apotheosis of Elysia, First Era 266. Here is recorded the events of the year 127 of the Blessed Elysia. In this year was the day darkened over all lands, and the sun was all as it were Massa, but 3 days old, and the stars about him at midday. This was on the 5th of first seed. All who saw it were dismayed, and said that a great event should come hereafter. So it did, for that same year issued forth a great concourse of devils from the ancient elvish temple, Malada. Such had not been seen since the days of King Belharza. These devils greatly afflicted the land, such that no man could plow or reap or seed, and the people appealed to the brothers of Maruk for succor. And then Abbot Cosmos gathered all the brothers and led them to Malada, also known as the High Fane in the Elvish tongue, and came against it with holy fire. And the foul demons were destroyed, and many devilish relics and books found therein were burned, and the land had peace for many years. Shore's Tongue. The first song of King Wulfharth is ancient, circa First Era 500, after the defeat of the Elysian army at Glenumbria Moors, where King Hogue Murkiller was slain. Wulfharth of Atmora was elected by the Pact of Chieftains. His Thu'um was so powerful that he could not verbally swear into the office, and scribes were used to draw up his oath. Immediately thereafter, the scribes wrote down the first new law of his reign, a fiery reinstatement of the traditional Nordic pantheon. The edicts were outlawed, their priests put to the stake, and their halls set ablaze. The shadow of King Borgas had ended for a span. For his zealotry, King Wulfharth was called Shore's Tongue, and Ysmir, Dragon of the North, Kind Son. The second song of King Wulfharth glorifies his deeds in the eyes of the old gods. He fights the eastern orcs and shouts their chief into hell. He rebuilds the 418th step of the High Hrothgar, which had been damaged by a dragon. When he swallowed a thundercloud to keep his army from catching cold, the Nords called him the Breath of Kine. Old Knocker. The third song of King Wulfharth tells of his death. Orki, an enemy god, had always tried to ruin the Nords, even in Atmora, where he stole their years away. Seeing the strength of King Wulfharth, Orki summoned the ghost of Alduin Time Eater again. Nearly every Nord was eaten down to 6 years old. Boy Wulfharth pleaded to Shore, the dead chieftain of the gods, to help his people. Shore's own ghost then fought the Time Eater on the spirit plane, as he did at the beginning of time, and he won, and Orki's folk, the orcs, were ruined. As Boy Wulfharth watched the battle in the sky, he learned a new Thu'um. What happens when you shake the dragon just so? He used this new magic to change his people back to normal. In his haste to save so many, though, he shook too many years out on himself. He grew older than the Greybeards and died. The flames of his pyre were said to have reached the hearth of Kine itself. The Ash King. The fourth song of King Wulfharth tells of his rebirth. The dwarves and devils of the eastern kingdoms had started to fight again, and the Nords hoped they might reclaim their ancient holdings there because of it. They planned an attack, but then gave up, knowing that they had no strong king to lead them. Then in walked the devil of Dagoth, who swore he came in peace. Moreover, he told the Nords a wondrous thing. He knew where the heart of Shore was. Long ago, the chief of the gods had been killed by elven giants, and they ripped out Shore's heart and used it as a standard to strike fear into the Nords. This worked until Ysgramor shouted some sense, and the Nords fought back again. Knowing that they were going to lose eventually, the elven giants hid the heart of Shore, so that the Nords might never have their god back. But here was the devil of Dagoth with good news. The dwarves and devils of the Eastern Kingdom had his heart, and this was the reason for their recent unrest. The Nords asked the devil of Dagoth why he might betray his countrymen so, and he said that the devils had betrayed each other since the beginning of time. And this was so the Nords believed him. The tongue sung Shore's ghost into the world again. Shore gathered an army as he did of old, and then he sucked in the long-strewn ashes of King Wulfharth and remade him, for he needed a good general. But the devil of Dagoth petitioned to be that general too, and he pointed out his role as the blessed harbinger of this holy war. So Shore had the two generals, the Ash King and the devil of Dagoth, and he marched on the eastern kingdoms with all the sons of Skyrim. Red Mountain. The fifth song of King Wulfharth is sad. The survivors of the disaster came back under a red sky. That year is called Sun's Death. The devil of Dagoth had tricked the Nords, for the heart of Shore was not in the eastern kingdoms and had never been there at all. As soon as Shore's army had got to Red Mountain, all the devils and dwarves fell upon them. Their sorcerers lifted the mountain and threw it on to Shore, trapping him underneath the Red Mountain. until the end of time. They slaughtered the sons of Skyrim, but not before King Wolfhearth killed King Dumalakath, the dwarf orc, and doomed his people. Then Vec the devil blasted the Ash King into hell, and it was over. Later, Kain lifted the ashes of Ysmir into the sky, saving him from hell and showing her sons the color of blood when it is brought by betrayal. And the Nords will never trust another devil again. The Secret Song of Wolfhearth Ash King. The Truth at Red Mountain. The heart of Shor was in Red Sane, as Dagothor had promised. As Shor's army approached the westernmost bank of the Inner Sea, they stared across at Red Mountain, where the Dwemer armies had gathered. News from the scouts reported that the Chimeri forces had just left Narsus, and that they were taking their time joining their cousins against the Nords. Dagothor said that the tribunal had betrayed their king's trust, that they had sent Dagothor to Lorkhan, for that is what they called Shor and Red Sane, so that the god might wreak vengeance on the dwarves for their hubris, that Nerevar's peace with the Dwemer would be the ruin of the Velothi Way. This was the reason for the slow muster, Dagothor said. The armies grow, and Lorkhan, for that is what they called Shor and Red Sane, said, I do not wreak vengeance on the dwarves for the reasons that the tribunal might believe I do. Nevertheless, it is true that they will die by my hand, and any whoever should side with them. This Nerevar is the son of Boethiah, one of the strongest Padamaics. He is a hero to his people despite his tribunal, and he shall muster enough that this battle will be harder going still, and we will need more than what we have. And so Dagothor, who wanted the dwarves as dead as the tribunal did, went to Kogoren and summoned his house Chapthil, his Nyx hounds, his wizards, archers, his stolen men of brass. And the Ash King Wolfhearth, hoary Ysmir, went and made peace with the orcs in spite of his Nordic blood, and they brought many warriors but no wizards at all. Many Nords could not bring themselves to ally with their traditional enemies, even in the face of Red Mountain. They were close to desertion. Then Wolfhearth said, Don't you see where you really are? Don't you know who Shor really is? Don't you know what this war is? And they looked from the king to the god to the devils and orcs, and some knew, really knew, and they are the ones that stayed. The Doom Drum. Nerevar carried Keening, a dagger made of the sound of the shadow of the moons. His champions were Dumak Dwarf King, who carried a hammer of divine mass, and Alandro Sul, who was the immortal son of Azura and wore the wraith mail. They met Lorkhan at the last battle of Red Mountain. Lorkhan had his heart again, but he had long been from it, and he needed time. Wolfhearth met Sul, but could not strike him, and he fell from grievous wounds, but not before shouting Sul blind. Dagothor met Dumak and slew him, but not before Sunder struck his lord's heart. Nerevar turned away from Lorkhan and struck down Dagothor in rage, but he took a mortal wound from Lorkhan in turn. But Nerevar feigned the death that was coming early, and so struck Lorkhan with surprise on his side. The heart had been made solid by Sunder's tuning blow, and Keening could now cut it out. And it was cut out, and Lorkhan was defeated, and the whole ordeal was thought over. Yeah, there's no way I can actually cast that. Nightfall tells the tale of Garrodin and the quest for the Everflow. You are at a place known as Frostfire Glade. It's supposedly located in the mountains near Bruma. Using some of the references from the story, I was able to pinpoint it on my map. The book also mentions needing special refined frost salts to get into the glade. I should speak to Julianne Fanis about this. The legend of Garrodin Stalrus, as told by Jaron Aethelwild, squire and friend. And so it came to pass that on the first month before the harvest, nary a decent crop could be found in the drought-ridden fields of Varmental Glen. 27 families, their bellies sunken and empty, turned to their lordship, who had been so fair to them in hard times before. The man ruled not with an iron gauntlet, but with the soft touch of silken kindness. My lord Garrodin Stalrus, knight-errant of Varmantle Glen. I note how similar his name is to Stalrim, the magical ice in the DLC for Skyrim. I watched sadly as my lord Garridan looked out at the withered fields before him from his meager stone keep and cursed the luck that tainted the skies and stopped the rain from falling. The families in his charge would not last the winter, which was always bitter and cold in the northern reaches of the Gerals. His own supply of grain was already picked clean. There was barely enough to sustain him for the months ahead. I knew if my lord had the food there, he would have shared it gladly, allowing his charges to pay him back at whatever time or manner they could afford, and in some cases, to those in dire need, give it to them without cost. Something had to be done, and it had to be done soon. Need a drink. Sparing not a drake, Garridan paid for the best sages he could find, and used the rest to buy as much surplus grain as he could wrest from the neighboring domains. A month passed, and nothing surfaced. Winter's icy tendrils would soon creep across far mantle glens, causing the green to disappear from the landscape. Families would have to huddle close to their hearths, keeping warm and rationing the bits of food Garridan had given them. I could see Garridan's patience, which was immense, mind you, wearing thin. He told me he'd considered selling his keep, told me his belongings, anything to keep his people alive. If only the harvest would yield more, they'd be saved. Then, as if Mara herself had answered his prayers, a sage entered Garridan's keep with the answer. Legend told of a vessel of sorts from which water would pour endlessly, known as the Everflow Ewer. Some said the divines themselves created it. Others thought perhaps a powerful sorcerer enchanted it. Wherever it was from, Garridan knew this could be his chance. Following the directions from the sage, my lord and I set out to recover the ewer and rid Far Mantle Glen of the drought. It took days to reach the entrance to the place. After we passed through a winding passage, we finally came to an odd door covered in mystical symbols. As the sage instructed, my lord touched some refined frost salts to the door. The ancient stone door opened, and we proceeded into the glade. A cave cut into the hillside led into a small glade of trees. In the center of the glade, flanked by two standing stones, was a stone altar. On the altar, seemingly glowing with inner light, was the ewer, cut from crystal. The vessel was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Water filled it to the very top, and as legends held, would never diminish as the liquid decanted from it. Eager to return to his domain, Garridan grasped the ewer in hand. Suddenly, the ground trembled as though the mountains themselves were angered. The sky changed from sunlit blue to dreary gray. Even the ring of the trees forming the glade seemed to bend away slightly from the altar, as if fearing what was to come. Then, with no warning, one of the standing stones cracked and exploded. My gaze froze and my heart fell as I looked upon the guardian of the glade. A huge creature seemingly cut from the very same crystal as the ewer stepped forth and growled menacingly at my master. The air around it became very cold, as if it was born from the glaciers of the northern mountains. This was a being of ice, living, breathing ice. Garridan shouted at me to run as he drew his blade. Still clutching the ewer in one hand, he gave a mighty swing at the creature. When the forged steel struck home, it gave a resounding ring and merely chipped the beast as a spike would when driven against the hardest of rocks. Never showing fear, my lord swung again and again, each blow being harmlessly deflected away. Then a single and mighty blow from the ice creature knocked my lord down. His blade slid away, and he lay upon the forest floor, looking up into the crystalline eyes of his death. The creature raised its arm again for the fatal blow, and brought it down hard at Garridan's prone form. I don't know why he did it. Perhaps it was instinct, perhaps a moment's lapse in judgment, but my lord lifted the Everflow ewer defensively as he got up to a kneeling position. The blow from the creature connected with the vessel, creating an ear-splitting crash. There was a sound of water splashing and a horrible cracking noise as the sundered pitcher sent waves of freezing water in all directions. Even as I watched, the liquid covered the ice creature and my poor master. They seemed suspended in place as if frozen solid. At the time, I didn't know how true my thoughts had become. As I watched in horror, they were encased in a tomb of pure ice. I could see Garridan's face as the ice overtook him, and I could swear he was crying. A few of his tears froze and fell to the ground at his feet like beautiful blue crystals. He knew he'd failed his mission. His people would starve, and he was responsible. Frost and ice covered everything in the glade now. The trees, the rocks, the soil, everything. It was then I became aware that the very air around me began to freeze. It was like a cold winter's night at first, and then it rapidly became worse. The cold was so bad that it turned into a sort of frozen heat. It began to burn. My throat became tight and breathing became difficult. I began to lose feeling in my arms and legs, and my vision was beginning to blur. I had to escape this icy glade and tell Garridan's story. It was the least I could do for such a noble man. With every bit of strength I could muster, I ran from the frost fire and back through the cave. I barely escaped with my life. My journey back to the domain of Garridan was a sad one. My heart was heavy, my mind clouded with misery. He was a good man, the greatest I'd ever known. To die like that was no way for such an honorable knight to end his life. When I finally reached the outskirts of Farmantle Glen, the farmers were waiting for me. I was ready to tell them the sad news, but they raised a cheer of great joy. They told me that only a week ago, a strange, bluish glowing rain fell on their fields, and that the next day the crops began to grow as if there had never been a drought. A week ago was exactly when my master was frozen in that horrible glade, and his tears froze like bluish raindrops frozen in time. I looked up at the heavens and the twinkling lights and suddenly gave me a great comfort. I thanked Mara and headed home. Alright. Many investigators have attempted to solve the riddle of the Thieves' Guild. Despite repeated proofs that no viable Thieves' Guild exists, the rumors persist. Whenever historians search for evidence of this shadowy organization, nothing is found. Witnesses know nothing. Safe houses are empty. Fences turn out to be simple businessmen. Let me clarify that by stating that thieves most certainly do exist. They rot in dungeons all across Tamriel. Certainly bands of thieves work together to commit crimes. On rare occasions, there has even been documented cases where persistent bands of thieves have worked together for years at a time, committing thefts and other crimes. The typos in there were making me trip up something fierce. However, a guild is different than a band. A guild implies an organization with membership roles. Again, another typo. Unless he actually means a registry. Instead of, defined roles within the organization. It would have a financial structure, which would include members' dues or some other means of securing funds. It would have rules of conduct or behavior. It would have a hierarchical leadership structure. Within the structure, there would be methods of advancement and succession. The best documented case of a thieves' guild is found in Morrowind. For a brief time, Gentleman Jim Stacy ran a ring of thieves that robbed wealthy merchants and nobles all across that nation. During the recent Nerevarine incident, the Fighters Guild and the shadowy Morag Tong eliminated this band of thugs. The final fate of Jim Stacy himself is not known. The Morrowind Thieves Guild did have a financial structure and a leadership structure. It satisfied many of the conditions of a true guild. However, it was short-lived. Public knowledge of Stacy's group lasted only for a few years at most. Although the Fighters Guild has claimed credit for wiping them out, some historians believe the group merely went deeper undercover. The problem with determining the non-existence of the Thieves Guild is quite logical. It's not possible to prove a negative. I cannot prove definitively that the Thieves Guild does not exist, only that historians have been unable to document one. If the Thieves Guild were to be operational in Cyrodiil, one would think that crime would be rampant, which it is not. The very nature of the thieves makes it impossible for them to trust one another sufficiently to work together for very long. By nature, a thief is a rule breaker. Therefore, an organization that has rules would fail if all its members were thieves. For these reasons, I dispute the existence of a modern-day Thieves Guild in Cyrodiil. You are a dumbass. The Armorer's Challenge. Armor mastery increased. Yay! Long days and nights at the ford make you strong and tough. You are now an expert armorer. You can now repair items beyond their maximum durability. Improved weapons deal extra damage. Improved armors provide extra protection. 300 years ago, when Kataraya became empress, the first and only Dunmer to rule all of Tamriel, she faced opposition from the Imperial Council. Even after she convinced them that she would be the best regent to rule the empire while her husband Pelagius sought treatment for his madness, there was still conflict, in particular from the Duke of Vengetto, Thane Minglemire, who took a particular delight in exposing all the Empress's lack of practical knowledge. In this particular instance, Kataraya and the council were discussing the unrest at Black Marsh and the massacre of Imperial troops outside the village of Armanius. The sodden swampland and sweltering climate, particularly in summertide, would endanger the troops if they wore their usual armor. "I know a very clever armorer," said Kataraya. "His name is Hazadir, an Argonian who knows the environments our army will be facing. I knew him in Vivek, where he was a slave to the master armorer there, before he moved to the Imperial City as a freedman. We should have him design armor and weaponry for the campaign." Minglemeyer gave a short, barking laugh. "She wants a slave to design the armor and weapons for our troops? Sirala Sakis is the finest armorer in the Imperial City. Everyone knows that." After much debate, it was finally decided to have both armorers contend for the commission. The council also elected 2 champions of equal power and prowess, Nandor Barade and Raphias Yule, to battle using the arms and armaments of the real competitors in the struggle. Whichever champion won, the armorer who supplied him would earn the Imperial Commission. It was decided that Barade would be outfitted by Hazadir and Yule by Sakis. The fight was scheduled to commence in 7 days. Sirala Sakis began work immediately. He would have preferred more time, but he recognized the nature of the test. The situation in Armanius was urgent. The Empire had to select their armorer quickly, and once selected, the preferred armorer had to act swiftly and produce their finest armor and weaponry for the Imperial Army in Black Marsh. It wasn't just the best armorer they were looking for, it was the most efficient. Sakis only had begun steaming the half-inch strips of black virgin oak to bend into bands for the flanges of the armor joints when there was a knock at his door. His assistant Fendius ushered in the visitor. It was a tall reptilian of common markings, a dull green-fringed hood, bright black eyes, and a dull brown cloak. It was Hazadir, Kataraya's preferred armorer. "I wanted to wish you the best of luck on the... Is that ebony?" It was indeed. Sakis had bought the finest quality ebony weave available in the Imperial City as soon as he heard of the competition and had begun the process of smelting it. Normally it was a 6-month procedure refining the ore, but he hoped that a massive convection oven stoked by the white flames born of Magicka would shorten the operation to 3 days. Sakis proudly pointed out the other advancements in his armory. The acidic lime pulls to sharpen the blade of the daikatana to an unimaginable degree of sharpness. The akaviri forge and tongs he would use to fold the ebony back and forth upon itself. Hazadir laughed. "Have you been to my armory? It's 2 tiny smoke-filled rooms. The front is a shop. The back is filled with broken armor, some hammers, and the forge. That's it. That's your competition for the millions of gold pieces in Imperial Commission." Man, doing that voice is rough. "I'm sure the Empress has some reason to trust you to outfit her troops," said Sirala Sakis kindly. He had, after all, seen the shop and knew what Hazadir said was true. It was a pathetic workshop in the slums, fit only for the lowliest of adventurers to get their iron daggers and cuirasses repaired. Sakis had decided to make the best quality regardless of the inferiority of his rival. It was his way, and how he became the best armorer in the Imperial City. At least the man isn't totally stupid. Out of kindness and more than a bit of pride, Sakis showed Hazadir how, by contrast, things should be done in a real professional armory. The Argonian acted as an apprentice to Sakis, helping him refine the ebony ore and to pound it and fold it and when it cooled. Over the next several days, they worked together to create a beautiful daikatana with an edge honed sharp enough to trim a mosquito's eyebrows, enchanted with flames along its length by one of the Imperial battle mages, as well as a suit of armor bound wood, leather, silver, and ebony to resist the winds of Oblivion. On the day of the battle, Sakis, Hazadir, and Fandius finished polishing the armor and brought in Raphalis Yule for the fitting. Hazadir left only then, realizing that Nandor Barade would be at his shop shortly to be outfitted. The 2 warriors met before the Empress and Imperial Council in the arena, which had been flooded slightly to simulate the swampy conditions of Black Marsh. From the moment Sakis saw Yule in his suit of heavy ebony and blazing daikatana and Barade in his collection of dusty, rusted lizard scales and spear from Hazadir's shop, he knew who would win, and he was right. The first blow from the daikatana lodged in Barade's soft shield, as there was no metal trim to deflect it. Before Yule could pull his sword back, Barade let go of the now flaming shield, still stuck on the sword, and poked at the joints of Yule's ebony armor with his spear. Yule finally retrieved his sword from the ruined shield and slashed at Barade, but his light armor was scaled and angled, and the attacks rolled off into the water, extinguishing the Daikatana's flames. When Barade struck at Yule's feet, he fell into the churned mud and was unable to move. The Empress, out of mercy, called a victor. Hazadir received the commission, and thanks to his knowledge of Argonian battle tactics and weaponry, and how best to combat them, he designed implements of war that brought down the insurrection of Armanius. Kataraya won the respect of the council, and even grudgingly that of Thane Minglemeyer. Sir Olasakis went to Morrowind to learn what Hazadir learned there, and was never heard from again. That's kind of sad for the guy. He was actually an earnest guy. He wasn't a prick or anything. He was prideful, but not mean. Basically, he just learned the importance of modifying your kit and strategy and your outfitting to the environment you plan to fight in. He never had to do that before, really, because he was always, making stuff for people who quested just in Cyrodiil. But that is one of the funnier stories. All right. Let's talk to Janine and see if I can't get some refined frost salts.
You must be the Arcane University's. Please, go ahead.
Anything else? I wish I could tell you more. Yes, I have them for sale. If you'd like to buy some, feel free. Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in?
I'll take your entire
I will
stash.
never deal with just anybody. Come back and see me again. If you come across any unusual ingredients in your travels, be sure to remember me and bring them here.
Okay.
Welcome. If you wish to talk, it is really no trouble at all.
8 more levels until I can get Chameleon unlocked.
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You got the hands of a smith. Must have spent some time.
Yep. I spent quite a lot of time repairing my gear.
You've got the hands of a smith. Must have spent some time repairing your gear.
Alrighty. Oh shit, it's almost 7 o'clock, which makes it quitting time. Unfortunately, I've got other things to do, so I don't bore y'all with what I was going to do for the most part for the remainder of my time was just going to be grinding this skill. So, to save y'all the boredom, I'm going to save. And we'll continue this next time on Xenobears Plays Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. You have a wonderful night, Twitch, and for those who catch the VOD on YouTube, you as well. Goodbye, everybody.